Hello, and welcome to Automat live coding. This is a live coding stream. We are doing programming here, and we are programming this funky environment. It's a game automation environment. So the idea is that if you are playing a game that has some boring repetitive element, you can record macros. So this is a macro that I just recorded. If I play it back, you can see that it moves my mouse and it even clicks the play button, so it auto-repeats. Of course, when it doesn't hit the play, it doesn't auto-repeat. But you know, there are other ways to auto-repeat. I could do it like that. Or maybe without this now. I just deleted the mouse press. So you can see there are different objects here. They can do different things. This one is the mouse move object. I don't know why it's sleeping now. Anyway, so this is... I need to stop this. So this is kind of the primary use of Automat. Recently, Automat started gaining new capabilities, and it's slowly becoming like a window manager. So window manager, for those of you who do not know, it's a concept from Linux. Basically, an app can start other apps and display them within itself. This is kind of how display on Linux works, by the way. This is the default way of displaying stuff. You get a window manager or compositor. There are different names for this. They carry slightly different meanings also. Anyway, one app starts another app. So this is a text editor. This blurry text editor running within Automat. So we can kind of edit Automat from within Automat here. Or this one. This is a cool one. This allows me to start a console. During the last stream, we changed the window borders. So this is how window borders used to work. I mean, it's blinking, I need to address this. I'm almost sure what is the issue here. We are probably recreating tons of surfaces. But okay, we will fix this, we'll fix this. Anyway. We now have custom borders, and they are kind of pretty. I like them. We should animate them, and we should make the lights useful. They should indicate some state of the app, but everything in due time. No haste. It's going to come there. So, oh yeah, and one cool thing is that if you do not like the app that's running, instead of just closing it or deleting it, you can also throw it in the black hole. It also goes away now. Okay, the thing that we are going to do today is actually related to those blinking borders. It's the fact that Windows in Automat, they sometimes, not in Automat, just Windows in general, they can create subsurfaces. So you see this rectangle here, this is a subsurface. And if I move my screen, you may even... Oh, it doesn't work now? What? Anyway, I'm going to fix all this. So there are some glitches when I move the pointer right now. I just need to fix them. So race itself, it's going to be a lot of staring at the code, trying to figure out what's happening. I see Iskra is in her usual position. We can engage Iskra cam. Okay. So yeah, I need to figure out where the issues are coming from. And I think I did already figure this out. I just need to put this knowledge into action. So a lot of the Wayland compositor was kind of following specification. And you know, since it has a very nice comprehensive documentation, specification, I used AI to help me with that, and that was a mistake, because AI somehow made it work, but made everything work in a wrong way, like somehow. I don't know how it works, how it happens. AI is just capable of making things work in the worst possible way. Like, you have this super elegant system that can, for example, manage textures. No, AI is not going to use this. AI is going to roll out its own crappy alternative, which, by the way, includes copy and paste from your other system, instead of just hooking into the proper system, which is bug-free. I don't know why. It's just how it works. I mean, I have a suspicion of why. This is because how it was trained. It was trained to optimize this short-term test passing. And you know, short-term test passing can be optimized by producing crappy code. Anyway. Okay, close everything. I am changing some things about memory management. So now so we need to, every surface in Wayland needs to keep the surface object alive. Actually, I'm looking at this and thinking, maybe this could be a weak pointer. Oh, has to be a regular. Yeah. So I'm thinking this because this object which is pointed here is this one, Wayland surface. So this pointer points to Wayland surface, and this Wayland surface contains a pointer which points back at this surface. And there is nothing wrong with this. I mean, unless you write Rust. If you write Rust, by the way, this construction here would be impossible. Rust just doesn't allow those things. This is a circular reference. Rust would break it. But it is safe, because this is an owning pointer, so it keeps this alive. And if we just ensure proper thread access, everything is going to work nicely. Okay. It's not a large blob of data, it's tiny. At this point, I am moving the comment. Okay. The other part of this mystery lives here. This is what we need. Sorry for the small text. It's just I need to have a lot of code on screen to kind of because this part of code is actually tricky. Once I get this to work properly, I will increase the font size. Blah, blah, blah. Push back, move child. This, by the way, this also should be addressed. We should not have two vectors, children below and above. Absolutely awful structure. I probably used it because some open source projects on GitHub use similar solution. That's not how it should work. Okay. Theoretically, this is working now. Let's see. Okay, so we are entering surface, creating the new Wayland surface. Cool, cool. Entering. Whoa! The pointer behaves properly. So nice. Leaving surface. Okay, we had leave, we didn't have enter. I actually think So the issue is that you can see that when I move my mouse here right now, it highlights folders. Go here. It highlights folders. And when I open the menu and hover some options here and back here, it's not highlighting anything. Even when I click. Yeah, it's just not registering pointer motion anymore. This is because I didn't send pointer enter here again. And this is another bug. But okay, slowly. This works. Cool. We are caching the surface properly now. Some of those other thingies. The other issue is that I should basically remove those pointer motion, pointer button, pointer leaf, all of them. They should really be called inline from Wayland window, like here. Why do we have pointer surface within the server? That's another thing that another AI invention, totally misplaced state. So wrong. So the problem is that this should not be property of a global server. This should be property of a pointer. Pretty much. I don't think we should be keeping this alive. I think what we should be doing is we should be using, so this is our pointer class. It should be only used from the UI thread, by the way, this pointer. But it contains this other widget and the path. And then this we should ignore. This is something we can attach to the mouse pointer. We could actually use this for custom cursors. It would be nice. Anyway. Let me see, where do we change hover? Yep. So what is the plan? The plan is each Wayland surface should be monitoring the movement of the pointer. And we need to somewhere keep track of the last surface under the pointer. This is definitely not part of the server. This could be part of the pointer. Actually, yeah, we only need to care about the pointer enter and pointer leave, the pointer over, and pointer out events. This update path. Yep. Okay, I'm going to, so I am removing server dot pointer surface. This is my okay, it was in the header. Ooh. Yeah, I did not expect problems here. Let's ignore this for a moment. I need to draw this. I need to draw this. This is... Here is an example situation. We have one window here. I mean surface. Another surface here. Here we are getting pointer enter. So here we should just send if I can't use those arrows, maybe I can use those lines. This is one motion. Another motion could go like that. And here we will have pointer enter here, pointer leave here. So this enter and leave, where we leave surface, are easy. Okay, the problem is this event. This event, no, harder than that. Get rid of this. Those simple cases are not a problem. So this is the sequence of events that must be generated so that it all works properly. This is super easy. This is easy. This is easy. This is easy. This is hard, and this is hard. So when we enter into a new surface, we need to check if the ancestor chain contains another surface and send pointer leave there. Okay, doable, doable. So here we are in the UI thread. So in this UI thread, we need to scan the widget tree. Threading is important. We are switching threads here. This is jumping from one thread to the other. This code. So I just need to find a surface here. Which is part of this path. Let's call it I shouldn't really start from this. Okay, I think there is this property in Wayland that only one surface may receive input events. And check this. It will tell us in a while. Because I started thinking about things that will complicate this even more. Like this pointer over. Multiple surfaces may receive this callback. Maybe it was a good idea to keep this here. This kind of assumes that we have just one pointer, which is not necessarily true. Yeah, Wayland is kind of strange. It has those seats. Seat is a mouse plus a keyboard. We kind of have something like this in Automat, because in Automat, every pointer, it can actually be associated with a keyboard and vice versa. Yeah, I don't see the code here, but it's somewhere. Oh yes, here, keyboard. So they kind of form a pair, those keyboard and mouse. Okay, I actually think I will leave the update path alone. I think I will do everything in the pointer move. Pointer move can scan the path. The fact that we have many widgets, and one thing which I really do not like is the fact that multiple widgets may get pointer entered at the same time. Like if this movement is very fast, we are jumping from here to here. We should not call this pointer enter at all, I think. Or maybe we should. Ah. Okay, so maybe pointer enter and pointer leave events, the my events, they could just register the move listener. And the move listener will check if it's the last one in the pointer path. Yeah. Okay. Let me write this down. And there is just one more issue. It is the leave. This one also needs to send the leave event. Yeah, I think this will work. This is strangely tricky code. Okay, here we are not doing any crazy stuff like that. I'm just doing this start watching. You do not even need this where pointers thing. Leave must be inlined. Why am I casting anything here? Yeah. Live surface. Pointer motion, pointer button, pointer axis. We will get this. We will get it. We don't need it here. We'll have to take a look at this in a moment. I also need to inline this before I do it. Let me address the safety. Okay, the funny thing, I'm not going to send any pointer enter quite here. We're just registering the listener. This is the important function, pointer move. Again, has to be removed from here. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not public. It's not a big issue. Okay, the fact that we are doing this position within this is so broken. This is like staple AI. Okay, actually it's fine. Position within this is the right way to get pixel coordinates. I mean local coordinates. So when we get the pointer move event, we should scan the pointer. This we can check. I'm thinking maybe we can just look at the last one. Yeah, I think we do not need to scan this. I think this line is good. I just need to store the old toy somewhere. is the right place. Okay. We can only use toys on this thread, so I need to very quickly swap to this Wayland surface thingy. And next, I did not need to lock anything here. I should just send an event to the Wayland equal thread. Containing this lock pointer. Oh, and I see one more thing. I think we could simplify. No, let's do it differently. I should use the hover mechanism of the pointer. This is tricky, but this is important. This will make this whole thing work seamlessly with the rest of Automat widgets. Because if I do this properly, then I can put a fancy shaped widget on top of a Wayland window, and it's going to manage the pointer hover properly still. Yeah, I think I will do it here. And regarding the terminology, so I'm using over and leave right now. I need to figure out what's a better terminology. For now, I will use hover begin, hover end. There is nothing wrong with those events. Okay. Enter, pointer, leave, just like my current events, okay? I think it was influenced by the design. Yes, enter, leave. I agree, those are good names. Good names. Yeah, maybe enter. Enter will be better. Those are good names. Pointer, hover, pointer, unhover. So oh, I think I can change those to pointer hover. And pointer unhover. And they can actually behave just like they used to now. And here, in this pointer move, I can just check if the current widget is the hovered one. And yeah, back. Okay. This is almost working now.
Wojciech Krawczyk 315 says,
Hello! This temperature is too high. B2UN devlog.
Hey, I actually could record something. That's a good idea. I haven't recorded anything in quite a while. Is today the hottest day? I think yesterday or today is the hottest. Anyway, I'm glad you survived the weekend anyway. I could do a devlog. There are so many things happening right now. I think we might do one today. Maybe after I fix the pointer behavior. Sounds like a good idea. Let's check some. W is the so this is the object.
Almost 10 months. Yesterday, a record that hadn't been broken in over 100 years was set in Torin 40C.
It's very interesting what happened 100 years ago that made Turing so warm. Yeah. It wasn't so hot here in a long, long time. Last year, I had no air conditioning, so doing streaming in those hot days was... I basically had to cut streams short because it was too hot to endure, but now I have no such limitations.
I live 5 minutes from the sea, so even though it was windy, we couldn't go swimming because of the pollution.
Oh. I had no idea that a sea can be so in such a bad condition that you cannot go swimming. Huh.
Yup, we call it Sinis Din. Do you hear about it?
Oh yeah. Now that you mentioned the name, I do recall it. Yeah. Typically on vacations, there were days where they said some places are unavailable because of this. Those are amoebas or something like that, I guess. almost working, almost.
What do you do now? What are Wayland pointers used for?
Oh yeah, I can show you. So, previously, the main way of capturing windows was to do something like that, to just capture them. But this is a bitmap, you know. If I stop this and zoom in, you can see it's kind of pixelated, and it's I need to keep capturing this. So this object, and by the way, it could be slightly improved. It's not resizable or anything like that. So it's limited. So there is this new one where I can do this, and now the app runs properly within Automat. So this, I can use my mouse, I can click stuff here. It's a proper app running within Automat. We are not kind of capturing its screen. It renders to a texture, and we are just drawing this texture here. It's not even leaving the GPU. Like when the app renders to a GPU texture, we are just displaying this texture on screen here. And we can also manage this process now. We can start it, stop it. And give me a sec. Up. Need to stop Automat. Sec. I can do something like this. I can play videos.
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. Yeah, well,
Oh, very useful.
So theoretically, I mean, once I'm done with this, I should be able to start regular Steam games within Automat. So they will be properly running, kind of encapsulated. This sort of execution is kind of necessary on Wayland, because Wayland is very paranoid about security, so it doesn't allow pointer capture or sending pointer events. The only way to do it is to start the game as a nested window. And we can do this. We can play videos, we can run video games. It is Linux only, unfortunately, so I'm not sure if I'm not wasting my time right now. Hopefully not. Hopefully it will be more useful. But it opens so many new kind of cool possibilities, like when I start apps, I could redirect their input-output streams, you know, graphically, visually. I will see. I have to design those things kind of properly, but first I need to address this pointer motion routing. and pointer motion.
Is this not possible to run it on Windows in WSL or SMEF?
I think it would be. WSL? Yeah, should work. But on Windows, I actually think on Windows we could do something similar, but using the native Windows APIs. There is a tax for running stuff within WSL. It would be kind of strange to have on Windows to run Automat within WSL so that it can run Linux games on Windows and display them using the Wayland protocol. Windows has, I think, very similar mechanism. I just need to make sure everything's possible there. I think it is. I think you also have some kind of custom window managers on Windows. And I think they do something similar. It's possible to hide the window and get its texture on Windows. Its security architecture on Windows is actually kind of nicer than Linux because it allows you to do those things. Yeah. I think it might work. Okay. So I have two problems here. I have this function which returns milliseconds, which I can just expose theoretically from here. This one. In the anonymous namespace.
Windows API events are blocked by many apps also.
This could be a problem. We will see. We will see when we get there. But having a built-in kind of window compositor, it's kind of nice. For instance, one thing I wanted to have is some kind of proper text editor within Automat. So I can edit text, and now I can edit? Oh, I do not have edit. Notepad? Can I run Notepad? Doesn't seem so. Oh no, check this out. Let's try again. There we go. We have proper notepad running within Automat. I guess other apps should also work. Like Firefox. Yep. Probably Chrome and others as well. Yeah, and the thing is, sometimes I just need to edit some scripts, like Python scripts or something like that, because to be honest, sometimes to automate a game, it's kind of nicest to do this with Python. And if I can get a proper Python text editor in Automat, it's going to be best of both worlds. I will be able to use kind of Automat for kind of composing stuff, and the normal text editor for editing text. I do not need to re-implement everything in Automat now. It is now MS. I will move it outside of these anonymous names. It will be in here. Here. One error less. That's not the end of it. I need to figure out how actions will work.
It is so sad that so many useful things are on Linux only. Also, it is sad that you cannot play many games on Linux.
Yeah. You know, if you really try, there is nothing that the games can do to stop you. Because if you hook up, for example, HDMI capture card and fake input device, you know, you can literally have a clean Windows machine, but you can still automate it from outside. I'm an optimist when it comes to those things. I think we will. There's basically nothing that can stop us. I could put Automat on some kind of thing that you plug in into your kind of USB port, and it pretends to be a keyboard and mouse. That's a little bit of work, but it's totally possible to do. Send the previous one. I need to ask Claude about this part of specification about dragging stuff. I click, drag out. What will happen?
$7.72 says,
Morning, nice shirt.
Hey. Oh, a new nickname.
I now have a new username.
Yeah. Previous one was quite a mouthful.
To put it mildly.
problematic stuff, I will just comment out for now. So no clicking.
Have you played Beat Saber?
Oh, how much? It's my, I think, most played game. Next to Factorio, next to Factorio. But Factorio is, it's easy to get high hours. I am a very big fan of this game. It's the main reason to get a VR headset, in my opinion, that game.
Do they pay artists to license music from them? I noticed that they had Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter, but that's a paid level.
Yeah, they do, but the way to play Beat Saber is to play with custom songs. So you need to get some kind of cracked version. Not cracked version. There are some versions that... mods. Oh yeah, this is how they are called, mods. You can mod custom songs into Beat Saber. And then you're not limited to the measly, a couple hundreds that are built in. You can play literally thousands, tens of thousands songs that people mapped. And they are on a completely different level from the stuff that you get in Beat Saber.
How does Beats Albert know how to map beats to notes in our custom songs?
It has a JSON format. In this JSON you just specify the time when a block should appear and some extra properties. That's the default, but people with mods obviously have extended it. So custom maps can have not only, blocks, they can also have lots of visual effects or shaders that kind of synchronize with the music. I mean, check out on YouTube some crazy Beat Saber custom songs. They are... yeah, Beat Saber is just the kind of engine for custom songs, really.
Nice! And would I be able to get copyrighted music for free?
Yeah, that works. This is so, I guess, small scale that copyright studios, they do not care about this. And I'm even not sure if it would fall under copyright. I guess it depends on the legal code. Different countries define different exemptions. Wayland. I will just comment everything. I just want to see if the menus work properly now. Reading events from display. Wow. I want to see if I can something's wrong here. Oh yes, I'm not sending a button down. And that's a problem, okay. So I think when this action is created, I think I should do pointer grab or something like this. Yeah, something like this. Request global grab. Think about this. So when action starts, I need to store somewhere the information that this action is in progress. But pointer already stores this. Pointer has actions or something like that. Somewhere. Actions, yeah. This is way more tricky than I thought, because not only there are input actions that grab the pointer, there are also those input regions that should define the area where the widget is active. Should look okay. So this behaves properly. So this is this was very optimistic. Set input region exactly. Actually, no, this modifies the shape. So this is already handled by Automat Infra. Okay, this is nice. All right. Maybe it should not prevent pointer leave. Yeah, maybe it should not. Very, very strange. So when I grab a window, theoretically the pointer leaves the surface. Very strange. During grabbing there is no motion events. Ah. We'll have to implement pointer window moving as well. It's not implemented yet. Send pointer button needs to go. And I can do this. An ugly code. Okay, it has to go. Motion we do not need to send. We are not going to send anything. We will send a release. Okay, now it is happening on the surface thread. Window class, window toy is so tangled with the Wayland server. There should not be an interface like that here. This whole module should work differently. The date is going to be empty. Regular pointer motion will take care of this.
Do you think we are best suited to be tribe Shuansen living in small groups?
Yeah, that sounds like, you know, this whole idea of evolutionary psychology is kind of questionable, but this one, I think it could be true. The fact that people are kind of most used to living in small communities. We don't need this. This one I inlined.
In that case, we are not going to have toothpaste, computers, glasses, etc.
Could be.
I believe for that we need the emergent phenomenon of modern society.
There is no need to kind of lean into any extreme. It's it's kind of like with any modern technology. It's like with light, you know. Theoretically, people existed without artificial light for a very long time. So it's not super natural for people to be around artificial light, but it's convenient. Same with cities and everything else.
Yeah, our bodies are quite fungible and adaptable. Our mind even more so.
Like, this should really be a method on the surface.
Any free game recommendations for the Quest 3?
I liked Invincible as a story game. It's a kind of a walking simulator. It's very nice if you also read the book, because there is a book. It's a science fiction book, The Invincible, and the game is it's connected to this story very closely. So if you read the book and play the game, you get kind of two different perspectives on the same event. I really liked the book. The book was very nice. It's very short also. It's really a story.
I do have Horizon, but I don't want to pay for other games at the moment.
Skyrim is very nice also. There is a VR version of Skyrim which works amazing. Topmost pop. Another method to be swap.
Have you tried using R monitors with the Quest?
No, I do not have Quest myself. My brother has. I tried it a couple of times. I like the hand tracking, it's nice. But personally I have Valve Index. I fixed almost all the issues. Okay, this can go away. most. Very strange implementation, so it scans from the end. I guess. Oh. Almost working now. I will do what the AI typically does is and copy paste a large block of code. Release. Button. What's the issue? This lambda is not a move only. Maybe now it is. Very, very strange. Okay. See if button presses work now. They do. Wow. So while this pop-up is active, I'm not hovering anything here. Let me see if this is also the case. Normally. Yes? Yes, it is. Ooh. Super nice. Hover and hover seems to work. And how about Firefox? I do wow, this is kind of working. Wow. Ah, still some issues. Still some issues. But okay, there is one more thing I want to do now. And there is just one more handler here. I need to remove pointer axis. This is the last pointer event. And it's only used in one place. It will be trivial to move this out. We can get rid of this live surface thingy. It's unused. Max. I will enable this for a second. I want to see scroll events. Ooh, works. This looks kind of ugly. It's not bad. It's not bad. This is a very cool mechanism, pointer hover, unhover. I think I will use it in quite a few places. Oh. Okay, time to list things that are need to be fixed now. I broke. Setting pointer shapes. This is broken right now. Then I should also pretty much inline most of the Wayland surface object and Wayland surface toy. Yeah, because it's kind of the idea. The design is split into a couple different parts. There are Wayland client handles. They are single-threaded. They are handled on the Apple thread. There are Wayland objects. And there are toys. Yeah. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, and the so this basically needs to be cleaned up. We have those 3 different types of objects. And they are closely related. A surface exists as in all of those places, but the object is the kind of object is probably the core one. Probably most of the APIs should revolve around objects. And the way that this all works is that right now this is using wake counter, notify them. The toys have a weak PTR pointing at this. Client objects, they have a regular PTR owning Wayland objects, and Wayland objects have mortal PTR pointing back. One more to do. So one more to do is that in my code here, right here, we have this block which repeats this pointer colony scan. This needs to be fixed, really. This is repeated in like 3 different places. Very strange. Okay, I think most of this code, I think I can pretty much submit this now. Changing pointer shapes. Maybe I should fix the pointer shapes as well, because this is the kind of thing that AI is going to totally mess this up. It's going to make it even more indirect than it was. on set shape. Okay. I am going to ignore all of the Wayland craziness. Like, this part is just to make developers miserable. I'm going to ignore this. I'm not going to ignore requests. I'm going to just show them. If any app wants to change the cursor is going to be changed. Doing grab server. Then we need to find the this we can ignore. I really need a version of lock, combines lock and cast. Okay, I do have called lock as. Yeah, no need to change this out. Okay, the current implementation of set shape. The arguments here. Serial, okay, serial, which I ignore. And shape, which I do not ignore. actually think it would scan. This. And I think this even better matches the specification, because it says once you set the cursor, all of the windows of this client should have this pointer. Yeah, so I think it's correct now. Error. No member called class of... True, I removed it. Let's bring it back.
Meister Chica says,
Fable back?
Is it back? Check something. Unfortunately, not for me. I still do not see it. Table was very nice. It was such a nice model. It felt like a normal engineer, not like some LinkedIn fanatic. He's trying to sell you something, or treats you like in a patronizing way, like a child. Anyway.
Have you seen this thingy?
URL.
Super efficient.
And this.
URL.
Ornif, I heard about this other one, self-improving one. I honestly haven't tried anything beyond those. I tried Gemma and Devstral, but none of the new ones. My biggest issue with those local models is that they still had difficulties calling tools. Like, they can read the tool specification and still be unable to call it, and they are spending a ton of time figuring out how to properly use the tool.
Self-improving is something like self-compiling compiler.
It's a loop. It's a loop. Those benchmarks really, they can be very easily kind of cheated. So a tiny model could, due to pollution, just kill the benchmarks. Especially the Chinese models. I just do not buy those benchmark scores. They are way too high for the way that the model actually behaves. It's like there was this mathematics benchmark which showed that the models, they can basically solve all of the problems from the International Math Olympiad. But when the next International Math Olympiad came out, none of the models were able to solve any of the problems. Like, the difference between, you know, how is it possible that for the past Olympiads, all of the models solve 100% of the problems? For the new Olympiad, they just cannot.
For user P, try, with mechanic and mistake.
Yeah. Should append more, make no mistake at the end. I feel like those benchmarks are kind of like this International Math Olympiad tests.
Fun fact, I was going on preps for chemistry, Olympiad.duo.
Nice.
Now talking to computer.
I have no idea what kind of problems do you get on the chemistry Olympiad. When it comes to chemistry, I'm an ignorant. Okay, I need to compare the fixed. I just need to make sure it didn't delete anything important. It's only adding new code. Yeah, looks. What? Sync argument to parameter C. What?
TJMCD12 says,
Hey, how are you?
Hey, doing well. Doing well and feeling great because there is a heat wave, and like a month ago I installed air conditioning, so I'm very happy I'm not in pain right now, like sweating, being unable to stream. Seriously, like, what's the issue here? What's the air?
Lucky no.
It needs to be const. It needs to be const. I messed it up. I need to do this. To do this. I need to do that. Now it should work. So what did I just change? What was I doing? Okay, yes. I was changing the pointer shape. If I can change the shape of the pointer.
Thankfully where I am the heat wave passed the worst 2 days, honestly.
Yeah, I think today is also pretty bad, but today there are supposed to be some thunderstorms, so the temperature will drop. Like last year I was in Asia and they have way worse. Like I was in Japan in August and it was like the weather like today. That was like normal. It was actually a good day. Like the stuff that we had yesterday in Japan would be a pretty decent day because it was dry. In Japan you have the same temperatures but also high humidity. It's unbearable. I don't know how people in Japan can survive.
Oh God, don't with the humidity we live next to the sea.
Meister Chica says, URL.
So this is the chemistry, I guess, Olympiad. Nice logo.
You are, URL. You are.
That's full set.
Yeah, I heard about this. Hydrogen tends to damage metals when it's in contact because it gets in the crystal network. Sounds really cool. Like, those problems are not... Dogs chemistry of things. Honestly, I expected some more organic chemistry. Some kind of insane... like, those very slow reactions where you have to keep stuff at the correct temperature for a long time and, you know, calculate critical efficiency of this. Stuff like that.
Did from year to year.
Oh, yep. Highest number of volcanoes worldwide. When I was in Japan, I was on a couple of volcanoes. Most of them active. I've even seen something that looked like a crater, but turns out it was a volcano. When volcanoes get old, they kind of sink back down, and they form something that looks like a crater. So in Japan you have lots of those. Okay. Now we're talking. Those problems look fun. I think if I actually was kind of better in chemistry, it'd be a nice Olympiad to try. Okay, cursor shape does not work for some reason. I broke it. probably a long time ago. Let's see, do I have any commented out code around here? Actually, no, this should be okay. The code to change cursor should be in the toy, in the UI layer. Yeah. This cursor shape here, who reads it? Nobody reads it. We just write it. There is this code that I deleted, cursor override. Actually, yeah, I think I could keep this actually. I'm going to do is I'm going to override those two functions at the window toy level. Here. Okay, now it's not doing anything, but so this toy should log the object. Within the object, check if there is the icon override and install the override. Actually, this apply cursor is not a bad function to have. Position we do not need. Okay, we are loading this cursor from this cursor shape thingy. Maybe like that. Okay, there's one more place where I need to do this in pointer move, something like that. Yeah. Maybe I do not need this. Oh, I need it. I need it. Okay. Ah, look at that. There is a custom pointer. Here. Doesn't work everywhere. Let's check Firefox. Oh. There's something with the pointer around the edge. Oh yeah, this pointer leaf isn't really working properly now. Why is that?
772 says,
What's special about edges? Some sort of overflow?
Edges is where the surface stops receiving events. So I think it received some event. Actually, I don't know. This should not happen. This, yeah. I need to log some things. If over. Okay, so this. So this line should reset cursor. So resetting cursor should fire.
Do you know what a computer ghost is?
Computer ghost? No. When I move out, there is no resetting cursor, but somehow, when I move the pointer over, then there is a resetting cursor.
One computer ghost is a root-level random bit flipper that confuses users because it's hard to reproduce the errors it causes. It silently delights in the confusion in the background. You can sometimes hear it laughing.
Yeah, like a cyber poltergeist. Instead of throwing the dishes, it just flips the bits. Curse. Actually, I think this is because of this, because I need to change the hover.
Actually, Intel created one of these ghosts, and because it didn't want to admit supernaturality, it claimed manufacturing error 1980s, I believe.
And there is more of them. And the lower you go, the smaller the CPU gets, the more ghosts appear. It's like a Warhammer 40k Mechanicus level explanation for digital errors. Spirit in the machine is not happy. It needs some sacred coolant. And instead of apply cursor here, I think I can just do this.
Intel's CEO actually went to the Vatican to solve the problem exorcism, while ostensibly issuing a product recall and feigning instruction architecture design changes. I saw him in the Vatican with the Pope, with my own eyes.
We still have some issues, some very strange issues. Here. Oh yeah, I think I'm missing all of the cursor pointer type. I probably do not have the diagonal ones. Yeah. I think pointers are kind of fixed now. Yeah, pointers are resolved at the level of top level window. This is still buggy. Keyboard routing still needs work.
They couldn't manage to exorcise the ghost away, but they struck a deal. That's the reason Intel has been hard hit in recent years. The deal was just about deferment of problems, not a cessation thereof.
Like dealing with the devil.
This is major scoop that very few people know and that I'm offering for free. Go trade on the stock market.
Pointer shapes work.
Once Intel stock goes down, my bearish shorts will go up and I can make all this real anyway.
I really think that this would fit nicely in Warhammer 40k.
Events are not always temporal. The truth can be backfit. Reality is fungible. This is my type of shitposting diary. Lol.
Okay. It was a very easy refactor. Do this inline. Another thing I want to do is... Oh, I think I have this here. One vector for child surfaces. Maybe I can do this now. It should be, famous last words, should be very simple. This is what I want to change. Oh, I can see if pop-ups are fixed now. So pop-ups have this nice property that they can be repositioned dynamically according to what screen shows. If I do this, doesn't seem to work now. Why is it only repositioning when I move my mouse? It would be nice if this pop-up is it's more reactive, moved in real time. I think the solution to this is actually going to be kind of more involved. You have a top-level object. And a surface object. I think the model, the Automat object model should more closely map the Wayland model. Yeah, so instead of having pop-up surfaces, and the only thing is that there is this XDG positioner can be applied here. So we can create positioner from this XDGVM base. It's all boilerplate. Yeah, I think positioners should use a similar model to this one. There should be positioner handle, positioner object, and all of the toys, they should probably use the positioner object. Position themselves. This sounds like a messy migration. Maybe I can do this with a parrot. Actually, hmm. I could remove those extra payloads and just say, oh, this extra payload must live in the proper reference counted Wayland object. Huh. I'll think about this. There's no object associated. Nothing. Nothing. This one has a couple of values. DMA plane. So the public interface to this whole Wayland system should be composed of I think server, unfortunately, needs to be reference counted. Let's save reference counted. Wayland window should not really be derived from Wayland surface. It should probably contain the Wayland surface. The idea is that this will map to a top level below the surface.
I have a question.
What's that?
No one I have ever met so far has explicitly stated upkeep of supply chain society as one of their primary career goals. My initial thought is that it is necessary because almost everything one does is built on top of pre-existing infrastructure and knowledge. So I get anxious if I doom my part. Although a considerable number of people in the vibe in most TV shows states money to be the primary goal, which is confusing because money is a tool we created to make stuff easier to trade.
Yeah. I think a lot of this is handled in a distributed fashion by society. There doesn't need to be anybody who, I mean, there needs to be, probably some people in government or like large corporations that are impacted by this. But this is the nice thing about market-based economy, that there doesn't need to be a central controller that ensures logistics. The market self-regulates to some degree, right? Speaking of logistics, there is actually a kind of specialization. People study logistics. One of my cousins did this, and he works at some company doing this. I don't know what it actually involves. Not sure. Planning deliveries, hiring contractors, I don't know. No idea.
That's interesting. I do not have that intuition that market self-regulates, which is why I feel quite anxious about the world. I feel as though internet could go down at any time, and I need to prep. I have my own backups, inventory, etc.
Yeah. And there was a period in this part of the world where I live, where there was a centrally planned economy. So there were literally government offices that took care of basically all the economy in the country. They received requests from different companies, and they routed them to other companies so that they can be satisfied in an optimal fashion. And it was efficient in some ways, but inefficient in some other ways. People who filed those requests or capacity kind of declarations, they didn't always were super honest. So yeah, the system wasn't
Is this what communism socialism is?
oh no, it's actually a completely optional component. Central planning is more about just centralized planning system. It's not really related to socialism, but it was used by the Soviet Union and the satellites. One nice thing about this central planning was the standardization, like all of the components, because, everybody who wanted to buy, I don't know, screws, they had to select those screws from some fixed catalog, and, this central office ensured that everything in the economy was standardized. So if you had some parts from your TV, there was a very high chance that those parts will fit your car or something like that, because sizes of holes, everything, it was super uniform. But there was less, diversity because of this, and there was less innovation. This is why digital, for example, revolution didn't really happen in Soviet Union. It happened in the Western countries because their companies could innovate faster.
So would your advice to one would be to just do their thing?
In terms of worrying about, the state of supply chains, you have no influence on this. You should apply kind of stoicism. You should realize that if you don't have any influence over this, then there is probably nothing to worry about. Worrying about something you have no influence of is just keeping yourself stressed.
Okay, interesting. We'll think about this in the back of my mind. Do I come across as stupid when I share these kinds of concerns? Because no one seems to have them, and they seem to have intuitions about stability that I don't have.
Not at all. This is very kind of philosophical, I would say, not childish. Absolutely not.
I need to join the Bill Gates Foundation. Poor Melinda left, though. After side effects from STD medication.
Yeah, I heard about this. Insane things happened. Rich people can lose touch with reality.
He's now dating the Oracle founder's ex-wife, lol.
So strange. It's kind of almost like aristocracy now, you know. He cannot have he cannot date anybody who's not a billionaire.
It says my message is being checked by mods.
Oh, let me see. Yeah.
But he has done so much good. I forgive him for being a horn dog. I am also a horn dog. I mean, many human beings are horn dogs, and would easily do such things in a position of power.
Yeah. When I was at Google, there is this book about Dorian Gray or something like that. Dorian Gray.
He didn't abuse anyone, though, which is really good.
No, that's not it. It was 360 days. Actually, I do not remember what it was called. There was a story about a rich guy who paid a girl to work as his kind of concubine, or something like that. Made the contract or something like this. And there was a guy in Android who did the same thing. Like literally, he signed some kind of contracts with employees, with female employees, who kind of be his concubines. He was kicked out. But I guess same story as with Bill Gates. Or maybe different. Maybe Bill Gates didn't sign any contracts.
Says, hello Ignacy4P. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you. Meister Chica says,
Sometimes it works in Polish, though.
Yeah. TTS can speak Polish. It's just...
Ignacy4P says,
Hello, then.
Hey, TTS can speak in Polish. It's an explicit kind of check on my side that I added. Because obviously I do speak Polish. That's not a problem. But the problem is that nobody else who watching this stream does. I mean, most of the people who watch it do not. I feel like we have those nice free layers in the Wayland implementation. It would be nice if I could somehow separate them, but make this separation consistent.
.772 says,
Although it's difficult to get them around to our side if we invalidate their feelings. Maybe their uncommon proclivities have understandable roots, such as experiential or biological. If we are on their side in terms of offering help, I am sure a considerable chunk of them will at least attempt to come around to our side and regulate their unconstructive tendencies.
You're talking about billionaires, right? Yeah, I feel like maybe they like that because of corporate structure, because corporate structure is very, vertical. You tend to get isolated from the people kind of further in the chain below or above you. So it's kind of almost like this medieval feudal class system inside corporations. With workers, management, upper management, possibly multiple layers. Directors, CEOs. CEOs basically, they interact very little with engineers.
But now they feel as though they're going to be attacked and vilified, so they double down. That's what happens to bad parts in my mind. If I invalidate them, they take over. But if I befriend them, they become like a Labrador, and it's super fun to play with them.
Yeah. I feel like separating those things by namespace is a bad idea, because namespace is...
This strategy isn't guaranteed to work, but I don't see it being applied even one bit, which is why I'm rooting for it. It is part of the potential solution set.
Yeah, maybe you can find some billionaire and ask him to, share his wealth. See how it goes.
I get a lot of flack for this, but Jeffrey Epstein was very competent in building personal connections across different disciplines. The best example we have so far. It's really sad that he did a lot of really bad things.
He was literally like an asset manager. He was helping rich people.
Meister Chica says,
Bourbon leads Artyom for makeshift kitchen made by poor people of Riga Station. After entering hidden part of the station, he starts singing. Raz, dwa, tri, четыре, jestem onircem, odwanim onircem. Raz, dwa, tri, dla.
It was understandable, almost. You managed to bypass the detection. And this is how this split looks right now. It's not looking great.
772 says,
Jeffrey Epstein, without the trafficking part and shady stuff, would have been beneficial to science, because he helped fund many deserving projects that weren't being funded.
Meister Chica says,
Would original Russian version pass?
I think it would. I actually do not have any code to prevent other languages from being spoken by the TTS. So you might try it. It will probably work. Actually, the nicest structure would be something like this Wayland surface within Automat. Like Wayland window, let's call this.
Bourbon leads Artyom from makeshift kitchen made by poor people of Riga Station. After entering hidden part of the station, he starts singing. Raz, dva, tri, четыре, я солдат, храбрый солдат. Raz, dva, tri, za.
This is very good.
Comrade TTS.
772 says,
Was that Russian with an American accent, however?
Meister Chica says,
TTS serves the red line confirmed.
Object. UI layer. I'm just doing like a cloud of words. And this will help me. Okay, file layout.
"72. I will personally make sure you are placed in Tverskaya, Chekhovskaya, Pushkinskaya station in case of nuclear exchange." Oh no, I forgot about my bit burner.
772 says,
Thankfully, I can speak languages without an American accent. Or think I can.
Meister Chica says,
You think you can?
Where should the Wayland window object? It's Wayland protocol. Nice. maybe everything in a single file. Yeah, why not? The problem is that dropping a handle on every method here be annoying. Be DG. Store the object Automat scope. I could call it like that. Maybe we'll keep the old naming. Okay. Encapsulate input forwarding. Oh god. It's trying to do this again. Like exactly the wrong solution. The right solution is not to iterate over two pointers, but to just have some link there. One right pointer. Thanks. Name UI frame. Okay, what's the point of stop? There is no stop right now.
URL.
New game to automate.
By the way, I was thinking about Bitburner recently, and it could be kind of nice if it was played in a proper console, not in a browser, you know, so that you can properly SSH into your, you know, Bitrunner. Maybe it could be a VM even, who knows? You know, a game as a VM, you literally download the image, you run it, and you play the game within the emulator. I need to play some games that look nice, like those kind of games. I got sucked into Bitburner, but I really need to play some different ones. Yeah, it's totally automatable. Loadberry.
I noticed one thing Bitburner does. It hashes save state, then creates final hash of save being hash save, and then if it does not match, does not load.
Probably some very simple integrity check. You know, if you have access to developer console, you can probably cheat through developer console. But you know, just hooking into internal Bitburner variables. It's a different way to kind of advance very quickly. Going hours. Yeah, until next.
Unless you don't have quantum computer, you can't just tweak few stats around. How much of T-flops of compute is needed to predict distance between two hashes?
No, you can recompute the hash. It's not like you need to brute force it or anything. There is no secret there, I guess. You only need to brute force stuff if there is some kind of secret.
Hugo1772 says,
I actually love the birds too, KKK.
Nice to hear. I'll keep them then. Is an instance of Automat running, apparently.
Meister Chica says,
But to tweak Bitburner save state, since you don't have initial hash to compare against, you need to predict distance of hash of modified state to the current state.
I'm not sure I follow. So when Bitburner loads, it verifies the hash of the save file, right? No. And just change like both hashes. Like Bitburner verifies only the I know. Even if it verifies both of them, you can just put anything in there. So the initial hash doesn't matter. You just need to fix the second one, right?
Integrity check of basically SHA-5. 112. SHA-500 and 12 the state.
There is no secret there. Okay, Firefox rendered. Okay. Okay, this type of refactoring is it's something that can take hours for the AI finish. I guess I will leave it alone. Or maybe not hours, maybe an hour, something like that. I'll probably cut the stream now, but let's think what is the next major thing to do.
Just try random chars until Bitburner loads save file.
I think one thing that's probably I would really like to have is the ability to drag windows. So maybe next stream we'll do the window dragging. You can click stuff. The scrolling is temporarily disabled, but I can re-enable this. Right click the same.
Guess that is the strategy to cheat.
Hashing doesn't prevent cheating. Hashing can only prevent very, very simple tampering. And even if you tamper, you can just recompute the hash. Oh, this is a very fun behavior. Probably thinks I'm holding control or something. Yeah, moving windows. Moving windows sounds like a good plan for the next stream. And in the meantime, I will try to clean this up. It will be messy, but hopefully this will make this easier than this. I know it's such a pain to refactor those classes. Anyway, yeah. This is for today. I mentioned the devlog earlier. Maybe I will do devlog on the next stream. The start is my favorite time to do them. Anyway, this is it for today. See you in 2 days, I think. Yeah, see you around. Bye bye.